Okay, welcome to the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names meeting. We will go ahead and get started now. So I'm going to take the screen back. We'll start out with roll call.
Did you want me to do roll call, Tiffany?
Sure. I was going to. Go ahead. That'd be great. Thank you, Garrett.
I just wasn't sure if you were navigating between files or waiting for me to start.
I was going to go down to the roster.
Okay, go for it.
Would it be easier for you to tally who's present if I call the names?
Doesn't matter one way or the other.
Okay, go ahead and take it away then.
Okay. So for Department of Water Resources, Mary Simmerer.
Present.
Thank you. For Department of Parks and Recreation, Daniel Walsh.
Here.
For Department of Fish and Wildlife, Richard Liss. He may still have stepped away. We can come back to him. For Department of Fire and Forestry and Fire Protection, Tiffany Meyer, of course.
Here.
For the California State Library, Greg Lucas.
I'm here.
For the Native American Heritage Commission, Debbie Treadway.
I'm here.
For the California African American Museum, Susan Anderson.
Present.
Thank you very much. We are lacking Department of Conservation, Amy Loseth today. She let us know she would not be able to attend. For our ex officio members for the Legislative Black Caucus, Assemblymember Reginald Byron Jones Sawyer Sr.
Present.
And his Chief of Staff, Michael Lucian, is on the call as well. Department of Transportation, Amar Asusena Sid.
Present.
For the Select Committee on Native American Affairs, Assemblymember James C. Ramos, or designee. Sounds like he's not present. For the Latino Legislative Caucus, that's Assemblymember Luz Rivas. I believe she said she would not be able to attend. For the Asian Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus, Assemblymember Ash Kalra. For the Legislative LGBTQ Caucus, Senator Susan Eggman.
Senator Eggman isn't able to be on. My name is Jacob Fraker. I'm a legate in her office representing her today.
Thank you, Jacob. For the Legislative Women's Caucus, we do not have a designee at this time. For our federal advisors for the United States Geological Survey, we have Carol Ostergren.
Here.
For the United States Bureau of Land Management, we have James Barnes. Okay. For the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Jeffrey Ferguson.
I am here.
Thank you. For the United States Forest Service, Rich Spradling. I think he also may have just stepped away. For the National Park Service, Amanda Kaplan. Okay. For our emeritus advisors, turn that page. Will Patterson. I saw him on there. Jim Trumbley. I think he stepped away as well. Clayton Garrod.
Hi, I had my mic turned off. This is Jim Trumbley. I'm here.
Thank you, Jim. I believe Clayton is not with us today. Christina Snyder.
Hi, I'm on. And I am wondering, because I saw an earlier version of this where I was going to be on as an ex officio member as the governor's tribal advisor. Has that changed?
I'm not sure. Tiffany, do you, as to whether ex officio or emeritus?
Yeah, I believe we put it as an emeritus, if I can say the word correctly, because you have served as a committee member. So that's usually where you go. If you prefer to be an ex officio, we can do that.
I think it would be helpful to have the tribal advisor serve as an ex officio member just generally.
Okay.
That may need to be added to the charter. Okay, so just returning to those who were not on the call. Richard Liss.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you. Thank you, Richard.
Okay, I had called in and somehow there was some conflict with me calling in and my computer audio.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Rich Spradling.
Yes, I'm here also.
Okay, thank you very much. Will Patterson. Okay. And we had Jim. Okay, I think that is all of us.
Thank you, Kira.
Hi, this is Amanda Kaplan. I'm sorry I had to join a little late. I see you probably went past me.
Yes, no problem. We got you back.
Perfect, thank you.
And I believe James Barnes is going to be attending later. I think he's
Okay.
said after 10 o'clock or 10:30 or something like that.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks. So, and then moving on, we approved our August 13th meeting minutes. Thank you, everybody, for your input. And then I would like to officially introduce our two new members. We have Geneva Thompson from the California Natural Resources Agency as our representative from the agency. And then we also have Debbie Treadway, who's now our committee member who represents the Native American Heritage Commission. So welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And then for the roster, we'll circulate that at some point to make sure that we have all the right contact information and new member contact information. So look for that in an email. And now for some more interesting things beyond administrative. So just, oh shoot, I don't have the date written down, but just a week, I guess maybe it's been a week or two ago, Secretary Holland of the Department of Interior announced to rename all offensive names within the nation. So this is going to be a very big task, potentially a very big task for us. This happened back in 1962 with the N-word, where it was just like globally changed to Negro. And with Secretary Holland's order, they're aiming for the S word first, that refers to Native American women. And there's actually a task force being formed at the federal level. And once they get that task force formed, they're going to announce in the Federal Register. And I think, so Jenny might want to help me with this a little bit, but I think they're going to decide on the names, the new names for those S word features, and give us 30 days to comment, possibly 90 days for tribal consultation. So this is all going to happen really fast, and they want to have all the changes for at least the S names by the spring of 2022. So we're hoping to get some say-so in this and be able to have an opportunity to reach out or get the tribal communities to be more involved. So I'm not exactly sure what that's all going to look like, but you'll hear about it more soon. I think the task force is still being formed. Jenny, do you have anything else to add to that? Did I miss anything pertinent?
Well, thanks, Tiffany. Thanks, everyone. Well, there's a lot of sort of background and a lot of details. It's up to you if you want us to get into more of the stuff now or perhaps later in the meeting if there's time. I know you want to get through your docket, so maybe we could pencil in some time toward the end of the meeting, or maybe right after the break, perhaps, and come back with an overview then. I don't want to hold things up now. It's totally up to you.
Yeah, let's do that. And we'll probably even have some more side conversations with a smaller group.
Yeah.
With you,
fair enough. Yeah.
Danny, to kind of get prepared for this.
Yeah.
So that we can involve.
Yeah, we're here to help as best we can. So yeah, at some point, if it's convenient for you to hear a little bit more, fill in some of the gaps, we're happy to do that.
Great. Okay. Yeah, let's table the details for now. So I just wanted to let you all know that that's happened, and I'm sure you have all heard of it anyway, but it will affect us. Next item is the Olympic Valley update. So there's a couple different things going on here. The Squaw Valley and Tahoe, the resort already changed their name to Palisades Tahoe, and there's still quite a few of the original names on a lot of different things within the ski resort, and so they're working like ski chairlifts. So they're working with the local tribe to come up with names for those remnant labels. But then also we are going to get a proposal to change the valley. Daryl Cruz has already submitted a proposal. He's from the Washoe tribe, and so we'll be seeing that probably on the next review list to work on that.
And Tiffany, can I jump in real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I actually met with Daryl the other day and got a bit of some background on all of that. So that'll also go into that whole background for Debbie to work on.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you, Christina. And then we have another one, Negro Bar, that's been dangling around for a while. So that involves state parks. And I was going to ask Daniel if you have any updates on that, if there's anything new, or to give us a little background on where that stands.
Sure. So since last meeting, there hasn't been that much movement, but the department is continuing to meet with stakeholders, and they are going to decide on a final name change that will be submitted to the department director to decide on. And hopefully that should be coming in the next few months. And then we do want to ask if anyone has any comments to email planning@parks.ca.gov.
Oh, good to know. Yeah, so we had gotten a proposal to change this name a while ago. I don't have the date written down either, but the proposal was to change it to Freedom Bar, and state parks did not care for that name. So we actually recommended to disapprove it. And basically with the intent that state parks would go ahead and work with the native tribes to find a better name, or in the locals as well. Okay, then we have another one that's coming down the pipeline. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up on. There's some names that go by Stonewall down in the
Tiffany, this is Susan. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to make a few additions to the comments about Negro Bar, because I work with state parks on a range of projects related to interpreting African-American history in state parks. And one of the things that's going to be happening is that, and one of the things that's lacking is actual research into the historical background of the area. And so I think that there'll be some materials that will probably be produced that will actually kind of formalize what we know about the history of mining, African-American miners and communities in the area, and that's going to help put the discussion about Negro Bar on a different basis than it's been so far.
Great. So are you working directly with the state parks folks that are involved in this name proposal?
Yes, I'm working directly with Leslie Hartzell and some other people.
Great. Okay. Do you have are there sort of like a team working on the research?
The team so far is me. And we're still in the beginning stages of talking about what the research project, what the research inquiry and the project is. But that's been the missing ingredient so far in the process, is actual content about what the history of the area is.
Have you reached out to our library staff?
I already have a lot of materials that are related to the history. So I just wanted to add that, there's going to be some work in addition to the public meetings. There's going to be some work to help frame a discussion about the naming.
Yeah, sounds like it could be a long process.
Well, all I can say is that, we're partnering with state parks and, taking a look at the need to interpret this history, which is absent from so many locations.
Yeah, and so the changing of this name wraps in with your work of bringing the history forward.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it.
Good. Great. Thanks, Susan. Good luck with that. Let us know if you need help. Okay. Anything else on Negro Bar? So Stonewall, it's another proposal that's going to be coming down the pipeline. It's there's 4 different features within the Cuyamaca Rancho State Park in San Diego County that will be getting Native American names. Kushi Pai, I think is the main one. It's a Kumeya word meaning sharp peak. Okay, and the next on the agenda is the USDGN website update. I think we emailed you all about this. There's a new form for people if they want to submit a proposal for a new name proposal on the GNIS website, and they've also done some other reorganizing of how you access the GNIS database and the maps. So you might want to take a moment to review that. And then I have one other item that I've added, and that's the update to the agenda. The Doak Creek proposal will not be heard today. Is there any other announcements and introductions or business items that anyone wants to bring up? We move on to actions. Okay, so just a quick review of what's happened since our last meeting. The BGN met and they approved RMI point based on our recommendation, and we made recommendations on Sawyer Falls and the Duke, and they have not visited those yet. So we're still waiting to hear how they decide on those. Okay, with that, we get to the fun stuff, the proposals. So we've got these 4 cases up in Plumas County, all with the S name that we've been lumping together. And Debbie, you've inherited those, and I know like this is all super brand new to you, so I do not expect you to present them. Rich Bradling, our U.S. Forest Service advisor, has a lot of information on them, so we can review them. I'm hoping Christina might have an update as well as far as contact with the local tribe in that area. So, Rich, do you want to give a quick background on these?
Yeah,
To do that?
I could. I just want to know what our hopeful end game is here for today.
Yeah.
I could probably, as I did with Christina once about 6 months ago or something, I could talk for an hour on this.
Yeah.
Has been going on so long, and I don't know whether that's where we want to go.
That's a really good question.
And what Debbie wants to do to get up to speed on this. I just want to do the right thing here.
I'm thinking maybe like just a somewhat brief overview to get Debbie a little up to speed. I suspect we're going to defer these again because I had a conversation with Christina, that was a couple weeks ago, and there was no information from the tribes yet. If that's changed, then we could potentially vote on these. And it's my understanding that with this new order from the secretary about changing derogatory names, if anything that's already been proposed will just automatically be changed to the proposed names. So if we are not able to come up with the alternate names that we've been working on with the local tribe, then these WashU names might be placed on these features. I just want to give that heads up. Rich, could you give us a brief overview?
No, probably not. But I'll try for brief. As many of you know, this name has been, these proposals, the 4 proposals, have been since I had that written down. Yeah, they were put on a quarterly review list March 2014. Now, a lot of time was wasted in administrative goofing around and real world stuff, like they were proposed by the Washoe tribe, 4 names for what turned out to be 9 names in the Plumas County area that had the S word involved with them. Fairly early in the process, the Mountain Maidu, which are historically were in the same area as the Washoe, have alternate names for many of these proposals and others. There's 4 proposed and maybe 9 names that have the S word in them. Through the Mountain Maidu has had, let's say it just right, difficulty with administrative things, with forest fires, with frankly a death of a tribal elder was important to them for quite a while, and inability to really put their best foot forward. We've spent now years waiting to do the quality thing. The U.S. Forest Service, for instance, is very supportive of changing these names, but has been waiting for a process of some nature to happen to bring forth a solution because there are multiple names have been put to these features by different folks, and finally, moving ahead in 2020, we finally, after a lot of cajoling and trying to get somebody, we had a person in the Mountain Maidu tribe who put forth a letter saying, this is what we, the Mountain Maidu tribe, would like to do. It did not come from their lead person. He was, Mr. Jones was just, it's a 1-page letter that just says, it comes to as assistant fire chief. Although, we believe after all the vocal things that we've done, that he does speak for the tribe. But it brings forth questions on that. let's see, I don't want to go into too many, there's a lot of little discrepancies in the things that we've received. We've had, even when we get an email, there'll be a misspelling, or we're worried that, oh, you're not talking about Squaw Valley Peak, you're talking about Squaw Peak. And it's because there's 9, there's a little confusion there. I'm probably blowing it here as usual, but and I really hoped, we had great hopes. I'll point to Christina, when you came on, I said, oh, maybe you're a great resource for finally getting either the tribes to talk together or bringing some more resources. And now with the Secretary Holland thing, I'm wondering how the juxtaposition of that process, when we already have a lot of stuff done. I'm, once again, the Forest Service and myself, just hoping for a quality, get everybody involved, come up with the best solutions possible. I'm sure I've forgotten something there, but that's my briefness.
Looks like Debbie's got a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Deb.
What tribe have you been working with? I know that you're saying Mountain Maidu, but do you know the name of the tribe that you're working with that sent a letter from Mr. Jones?
Yes, he is a member of the Mountain Maidu tribe.
But what is actually the name of the tribe? Is the name of the tribe Mountain Maidu tribe?
Debbie, I think it was Greenville at the time.
Greenville, okay.
Okay, there were various, there's the Susanville Rancheria, the Greenville Rancheria. I don't fully understand all that. I just took it as Mountain Maidu, and they are located in different areas.
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, and so part of the issue with reaching out too is that we've been in COVID, and then we had some pretty catastrophic wildfires that impacted those specific tribes. And so when we were trying to re-up this process, it was a bit tone deaf on our end to be engaging on tribal consultation when folks were just trying to, have a roof over their heads. But we are in the process, and I know in speaking with Daryl, he historically has worked pretty closely with all of these tribes. He is in the process of getting support letters as well, so that may add to this consideration too. So we haven't yet been able to connect with the Maidu tribes, and I think that's something, Debbie, we can do together if that works for you.
Absolutely.
That really is the hope of, my personal hope as geographic names person for a long time, and the Forest Service. The Forest Service is very supportive of changing these names. Had hoped that the two tribes to get together. It has been problematic. Good statements there, from COVID to forest fires to many situations. It's been difficult, but we keep going for, yes, it's taken way longer than we'd like to, but hoping for the quality solutions and getting it right, because there are, as I say, there are misspellings, misapplications of some of the things, and we need to do it in a quality, do it carefully, and hopefully some big process isn't just gonna, I'm hoping this doesn't blow away the whole thing, and after all these years make some people unhappy. So love to see a good solution.
Yeah, we might have to put a little pressure on the Greenville tribe, which, like you said, Christina, we don't want to be, how you put it really well, like out of tune or inappropriate while they're dealing with these massive issues, and we're like, but what about these names?
Yeah.
But the names will have a long standing, so
They will. And I think that letter from Danny Jones actually was meant to be finally they never were able to put in proposals through the GNIS process, counter proposals. They had a lot of time, didn't happen. But finally that letter, I believe, was meant to speak for the tribe. And but now that just brings more questions.
But in his letter, he identified names that they wanted to apply, right? And basically,
Yes.
we need to get those into a proposal.
Yep. And I do have I've got some other kind of offline things that I'd love to work with Debbie, if you're so interested. it would, to get all the information, it does take a long time, and everybody eyes would just glaze over. But to keep it to real, and then to hand it to whoever's really going to do some work on this. I've got a lot of little details I'd love to hand to somebody.
And we don't know how we're going to be able to respond to Helen's order. So it's possible that we won't, I don't know, I shouldn't say this, but maybe we will be able, or maybe the tribes will be able to make recommendations without going through the full proposal process.
Yeah, this now seems the juxtaposition of this kind of new process that kind of changes the way we were looking at it. It might be another process, and we're looking forward to it because we have many more S-word names throughout the state, and a lot of them are in the Forest Service area. So I have a list of 20 names probably that we're working on, and working on it. That's really pushing it. We're not doing.
Yeah, it's looking like there's about 80 to 90 across the state. Jenny, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thanks, Rich, for the update, and Tiffany. Maybe this would be a good time to just cover real quick at least the first secretarial order, because the more I think about it now, is obviously affecting a lot of these discussions, and I don't want you to be confused about the process. So I can try giving a quick overview, at least of the first one that addresses the S names. Would that be helpful now? I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to affect these names, I suspect.
That's
right?
kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah. But basically the bottom line is the secretarial order that came out, two and a half weeks ago, basically says that, yes, you're right, a task force will be created. They will come up with a list of replacement names for each of the S names in the country, and there are about 660 or so. The way they will do that is they will look at the existing name in GNIS. They will use an application to search GNIS for all the closest named features to that S name. And they will prepare a spreadsheet of 5 potential replacement names in order based on proximity. So if you have a S Creek and the 5 nearest features out there, there'll be some caveats and some filters. Obviously, we don't want to replace a name with the same name nearby or create confusion. We're going to try and avoid personal names, names that could themselves potentially be offensive. But essentially, this task force will be given a list of 5 replacement names, and they'll be instructed to select the first one on the list. If for some reason it's not appropriate, doesn't fit the scenario, they move on to number 2. Once they come up with that list of 660 some replacement names, 1 for each S feature, there will be a Federal Register notice with 30 days for public, state, federal agency, public comment. And there'll also be 90 days for tribal consultation on these replacement names. Once that public comment and tribal consultation period has ended and all comments are reviewed and processed, they will be presented to the US BGN for a decision. And that's going to happen anywhere between, I'm thinking, late spring into the fall. Somewhere in that time frame, the BGN will be asked to vote on 660 some S name changes. So the issue is, where do you all fit into that? Again, there'll be a 30-day window, not much time at all, where you can submit comments. What we don't know at this point is whether that also means you can submit counter proposals or names that are something other than what's on that replacement list. That's not clear. We're not part of the task force, so we're not really in a loop much more than you are at this point, staff. We don't quite know where it's going to go, but we have been told in the meantime, we can continue to process all the proposals that are already in the works. So that would include the 4 in Plumas County, Olympic Valley.
Hi, for Michael.
So anything else that's already pending, or indeed anything that's going to be proposed sort of in the next, say, couple of months, In fact, the secretarial orders came out on November 19th. The next morning, we received our first S name change proposal for a feature in Idaho. So, and the proponent referred to the secretarial orders. So clearly he was thinking about it already, and he saw this and said, I better get my name in the queue now. So Rich, to answer your question, those 4 names on the pending list since 2014 will very likely still be considered by the BGN. But if a decision is not made by the time the BGN renders its decision on all the 660 replacements, it's possible they'll go with, quote, their name from their list and not these 4 names. Now, these 4 may be on the list as part of the option. We don't know exactly. We need guidance on that. And then the final note I have is that once the BGN makes its decision next spring, summer timeframe on the 660 odd replacements, then the door will be open to anyone who wishes to submit a proposal to change that replacement name to something else. So it won't be at that point changing the S name. They'll be gone. They'll have been changed at that point. But from that point on, if you don't like the name that was selected, you can then initiate a new proposal, and that will go back through the normal county, state, federal, tribal BGN review, like any other proposal would. So it's a pretty tight window here. So all I can say is pay attention, and we'll do our best to get that, alert you to the Federal Register notice, but that's when the clock is ticking. You have 30 days to comment, and anybody else will too. So in fact, 90 days for the tribes. So stay tuned. It'll happen probably early in the new year. So hope that helps.
So at this point in time, we don't know if it would behoove us to be preemptive and try and get in as many proposals of name changes as possible, if that would help.
The staff will process them as fast as we receive them. If you've got proposals already in the works, or somebody who might have a proposal they've been contemplating submitting, by all means, get it in now. Don't just, quote, make up a name for this exercise because there's this urgency. But certainly, yes, if you want to submit a proposal now, we'll accept it, review list it. And again, it's possible that proposed name might end up becoming #1 on the replacement list. We just don't know that part.
Geneva, you have a
Yes,
comment?
thank you. And thank you so much, Jenny, for this background.
Sure.
I'm curious, would it be possible for this committee or tribal nations to submit potential names that would be included in those 5 potential names that the committee is putting together right now?
That's a good question. I hadn't thought about that. But the list isn't quite available yet. We're hoping in the next couple of weeks it'll be finalized, and I assume it'll be posted online. Again, this is kind of at the mercy of the task force to do what it thinks best. It's entirely possible that that list will not be made public until the Federal Register notice comes out, and that will only be the one name they've chosen. So nobody would get to see the other 4 that were rejected. That's a very good question. I can pass that along. And in fact, there's an email address on the press release that was sent out related to these secretarial orders. And that's where we've been instructed to send all questions to. So if I could, either during this meeting or right after, I'll send you a link to that press release, and you can see the email address. And to be honest, we would rather your questions like that go directly to Interior Department, which will pass them on to the task force. We've kind of been told as BGN staff not to really get involved too much into the nuances. And until they have their first meeting, we don't even know who the members are yet. So, and there will be at least 1 or 2 individuals representing tribes on that task force. So certainly that's a question they ought to raise, is could we in fact select one of the 5 names and propose it maybe #3 as opposed to #1. I hadn't thought about that, but that's a good question. Thanks, Geneva.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I've got a thought too. I'm sure you've thought of it too. This geographic proximity thing they're going through, and I read that for an existing name seems particularly ill-suited to this process. None of the names, the names in proximity are going to properly represent the Native American community, which is one of the things we look at for replacing squaw names. They don't all have, none of those names are going to apply. I mean, or about 2% or something
Right.
like that.
Right.
It's particularly poorly thought out of. The interesting part, of course, is, as some of you know, on the Plumas National Forest, when our Forest Service management 15, 16 years ago decided we are not going to use the S word, we were instructed, do not put this on signs, maps, or anything. And for years, we have had now a blank spot on the map, which was a particularly tough thing to get through as well.
Sure.
And so this at least would put in an interim, if it was, Runyon Peak right up there, okay, we're going to call Runyon Creek because it's to replace S word Creek. That's all fun. that at least avoids that. But automatically we'll go in, we are not going to take the name of the peak particularly, which is named for somebody, some other item, to do this. It just seems particularly poorly suited. I hope, and you're kind of not in the loop either, apparently, that, our process for the ones that are already have been going will be taken, I don't know, some priority. This would be a good we've been thinking about this for a while, and for you to come in with yet another proposal, which will probably irritate all the local people. Oh, what a good process this is,
Well, I hear you, Rich, and believe me, these are the questions that the staff has been raising. That was our first reaction too, and not to be too blunt about it, but the reality is, yes, most names on the landscape now that they'll be selecting from are, should we say, white man's names. I mean, they're names that were applied by settlers and early mappers and so forth. And yes, there's definitely a severe lack of native names on the landscape now.
Yeah.
And so the ones to choose from, you're limiting yourself right there. Believe me, the staff has brought that up.
I
think the idea is that they're seeing this as almost like a short-term fix. It's a way to get 660 S names off the map, just like that. And yes, the replacement is not ideal, but again, the door is open for public comment, for counter proposals, whether it be during the process or after the fact. So don't see this as the final solution. It's a down and dirty quick fix. It's, it's a little bit like when you guys, what I heard, Region 5 at one point, instead of labeling the S peak, you would just label it with the elevation, or even worse, the GNIS feature ID. Is that an urban legend I heard? But at some point,
no, it's true. No, we didn't use the elevation. We put the GNIS ID on the map.
There you go. See, is that any better? I mean, it was seen as a short-term fix, right? The idea was that let's refer to this peak with something.
It also was a terrible solution, but all the other solutions we came up with were worse than that.
Yeah,
so we wanted to refer to them as at least, this is, 73489 peak.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, tit for tat, right? Neither one of us has come up with a particularly good solution, but it's seen as a fix. So again, don't see this as a door closed. It's a conversation that has to happen. And given that our Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland, is herself Native American, this is important to her. She wants those names gone, and this is seen as the best short-term fix. Just so this is the beginning. It only came out 2 weeks ago. It's new to us too, in a way, when we knew it was coming. But there's a lot to be fleshed out yet about the process. For all we know, the task force could say, no, we don't like this approach of 5 replacement names to choose from. We have a much better idea. But they've got a timeline they've got to meet per the secretary. So they're under a crunch.
Yep.
They start rethinking all this and coming up with other ways to find names. I don't know what they can find that's any better. So all I'd say, stay tuned, keep in touch. We'll talk regularly. I know we do anyway. We'll have a lot more to report at your March meeting.
There could be some positive sides to this, at least removing the S word from the map.
Exactly.
But I think the solution, hopefully we keep pounding with it. This is not a great solution. It just elongates the procedure.
We hear you, but at the same time, these names have been on the maps for how long, and nobody's made much effort to change them before now. So you can say you've had plenty of chances, and look at this example, 4 names 7 years that we've been waiting.
Yeah, this might be a catalyst to getting something moving.
Exactly. A lot of
Okay.
publicity, a lot of discussion, and a lot of opinions. So yeah, we hear you, Rich. You're absolutely right.
Very good.
And we don't want to be put in the spot in the place where this task force decides what names goes on these, well, say like 90 features in California. And then we're stuck with them. And then we have to go through this long, slow proposal process to change them. Ideally, it'd be great if we could nip it at the bud and get the names that we feel are appropriate on there and on the first wave instead of.
Okay. Well, there you go. You guys give him marching orders. You need to come up with good replacements soon.
Okay. I'd love to talk to you, Debbie. We've got a few weeks to get something together here.
Let's set up a meeting.
I think we should. I don't know what we can do, but let's give it a shot.
Okay, we actually do have some things in the works, so we'll tie you into that, Rich, and probably you as well, Jenny.
We're happy to be there too, Debbie. If it would help to have us there too, we're happy to participate. So just let us know.
Oh, I need to learn everything I need to learn, so I would be happy to have you there.
Okay, thank you. That'll be good. Yeah, we look forward to it.
And Debbie, this is Assembly Member Ramos. Please include our office in those meetings also, so we could try to attend.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Tiffany. Having said, I'll discuss it later. I thought as you started talking about Olympic Valley and others, I thought, well, maybe we better to give you the background first.
Yeah, I think that was a really good overview. Thank you very much.
And we can talk about the second one later. That's whole another 20 minutes.
Right, we've got another one coming up.
Yeah.
So with these four, do we have any more to discuss? As Christina, you were mentioning you have spoken with Daryl, and he's giving you some input. Is all of his input specific to the names that he submitted, or is he open? Okay. Well, we're kind of trying to go in a different direction than he originally submitted, but at least we're getting some input. Rich, did you have anything else to say? I'm thinking maybe we should go ahead and defer these for now and
I think that's it.
kind of work behind the scenes on this one.
Yep.
Okay, so Debbie, normally you would go ahead and defer these because they're yours. So, but we can just do it as a group.
I can defer.
Okay, great. We'll defer. Okay, so moving on, we're going to go ahead and jump onto Johnson Canyon, which is Susan Anderson's case in Nevada County.
Thank you, Tiffany. Well, it's not Johnson Canyon yet.
It's the proposal, yes.
Susan, you missed our last meeting. We had a offensive names decision that we would refer to offensive named features by the name of the proposal rather than the existing name. So just letting you know that.
Okay, but it's still not Johnson Canyon yet.
It's proposed Johnson Canyon.
It's proposed Johnson Canyon, and I do have some questions. So let me bring you up to date with what I've been doing and what I've been seeing. Also, I do have some pictures of part of the place that we're talking about if you'd like to take a look.
Oh, yeah.
So I can share my screen.
Sure.
Okay. Wait a second. Let's see. Hold on, share screen. I borrowed these. I haven't been up to see these myself. Can you see this?
Yes, we can.
All right. I haven't been up to see the place myself, although I will mention that I spent many years in this area as a camper and a counselor in training and a counselor at a place called Camp Celio in Grass Valley. I'm actually pretty familiar with this place growing up. Let's see, hold on. This is one view of the Donner Pass area. This is the trailhead. And this is the Donner Lake, the part of the Donner Lake Rim Trail.
Makes me want to go hiking.
All right, I want to get back to, I want to stop sharing. Let's see, what's up there now?
We can still see your screen.
Okay, I want to get out of it, stop share, and there we go. All right, so this area has been preserved by the Truckee Donner Land Trust. That's an organization, one of the organizations that is an advocate of the proposed name change. They acquired 350 acres and they preserve about 250 acres in this area. It's an important wilderness area. It's very rich in wildlife, and we're concerned with the human history. I've consulted with several people and conducted additional research since the name proposal came in. I've been in touch with the Nevada County Historical Society. I've worked with them a great deal. Linda Jack, who's their president, is a wonderful researcher. I've been in touch with the Truckee Donner Land Trust as well. They don't really know anything about the history. They've relied on a few, pieces that have been shared by a lot of different people. And I've been in touch with the Truckee Donner Historical Society. And one of the things that I'm waiting for is more, they are working on a demographic historical research regarding African Americans in the region, starting in the gold rush, starting in the 19th century. And that's going to help, I think, in the process. Just some of the facts about Albert Johnson, the person after whom the proposal is advocating naming the area. He first shows up in the census in 1870 as a cook in Virginia City, which is in Nevada, but still part of this area, part of this region. And he was living with in a rooming house with other African-American men who were also cooks and bartenders and worked in the service industry in the area. And then he shows up next in the census as a steamboat cook. And that was actually at this point in history a very common occupation for Black men. And it actually had its own kind of, prestige. And steamboat cooks and steamboat stewards, it was an industry that was open to multicultural employees. And they, in the 19th century in California, played a role like the porters on railroads did later in the 20th century. They used to carry Black newspapers, visit Black communities, and they had a kind of a somewhat exalted role in the community. Then in the 1880s, he is a porter at the Truckee Hotel, and pretty soon he appears to be in business in the area, in business for himself. Different newspaper accounts say that everybody knew him, that he was teaching and taking charge of parties of people that came to the area to do fishing. There was a lot of that, and there is a lot of that now. teaching people how to fish. And not long afterwards became the owner of a resort. He owned a small hotel and rented rooms in it, and owned several cabins and rented rooms to fishermen, people who came to fish, and tourists. And he appears quite a bit in the local press throughout this period. We don't have one of the things for further research, in addition to the genealogy and history about African Americans in the area, is Accessor Records, to get a sense of where his resort was actually physically located. We don't know that yet. And I'm not sure if there are any property documents. I don't think there are any deeds. I think the land trust was unable to find any. He is reported to be a Civil War veteran. He had, from reading these newspaper reports, really warm relations with the overall community. He died in 1911 at 94 years of age. He lived in the hotel that he owned. He got snowed in and people had to climb in and find him. When he died, he was eulogized in several newspapers, and one of his obituaries said that no individual was more widely known by residents of Nevada County than Albert Johnson, on account of his generosity and hospitality. It's really hard to find out when the canyon began to be referred to as Negro Canyon. And also I haven't done the research to find out if that was originally N-word Canyon that then got transformed when people got embarrassed by the original names. For some reason, also after he died, just days after he died, his house was demolished. And that didn't help with the historical record. I think that there's no question that Albert Johnson is closely associated with this area. But as I mentioned, there's still need to do some further research to locate his property in relationship to the canyon. And for me, there's two things that are issues. One is that, well, there's a couple of things that are issues. One is that we need more context about the broader African-American community to get a sense overall of what this history means and what was going on, and whether this is, you know, the naming that it should be. The other thing is that this is a problem not just with this proposal, but with these proposals generally. And it comes up in controversy. For instance, some of the controversy over the Negro bar issue, where you had people who felt offended by coming upon the sign that says Negro bar, but other people who objected to changing the name because it removes the cultural content that helps people who are using the area understand that there is a Black historical presence in this place. So for me, that is an issue with the Albert Johnson. In addition to not knowing much about the broader history, it is an issue to that the toponym will lack cultural content. And then finally, also, I don't know, as a historian, we're talking about this, you know, this Interior Secretary's new mandate, the need to purge names, and, you know, to deal with these offensive names. But at the same time, I do not want to lose the historical memory that the use of the derogatory names, you know, gives us. I don't want to treat the past as if it's just innocent and that no harm was met and no violence was done to people of color. So I think just as it's important to document the Black community and restore its presence to history, it's important to document and remember the history of racism and of white characterizations of other people. I think in looking at this one case, we're not going to be able to solve all of these issues, but for me, they are issues. And right now, what I'm saying is that I'd like to receive the additional research that I'm expecting from the Truckee Historical Society. I'm going to be conducting additional research myself and trying to think of possible ways of dealing, you know, with these issues. As a historian, of course, what I think of is interpretation. But anyway, right now, I'm not recommending the name change until there's a little bit more information.
So are you thinking of submitting a different proposal, a counter proposal?
I want to see what the research yields first.
It almost sounds like you would prefer to leave it and not change it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. So
calling, you know, we haven't documented what the history of the name, the toponym Negro Canyon is here. I found one reference that it started being called that in 1955. I haven't done any map research. I don't know if it was N-word Canyon. I don't know, you know, what any of that was.
Okay.
But I'm not saying that I'm not making a proposal. I'm just saying that I'm not ready to recommend that this proposal be approved.
So you're currently recommending to defer?
Yes.
I guess so.
Okay.
There we go.
Is that what we do?
Yes.
Yep. We'll go ahead and
what does
defer it.
defer, what does that mean?
We address it again next time.
Postpone.
All right, thank you.
Gives you more
That was my
time.
recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, that will give you more time to do your research and bring it forward when you're ready to make a recommendation. But I appreciate that. I think everyone appreciates that background. And so we'll defer it based on needing more research.
Thank you.
This is Rich with the comment. Susan, I thought that was a great synopsis of how to look at these things. Good look at things. Do you have an idea about either how long or what your chances for success for getting some information are?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've already gotten so much more than the proposal contained.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the proposal except, you know, there are a few little pieces here and there and that Jenny had, and that everybody was using over and over and over again, and they were all self-referential, you know.
Yep.
So I was lucky in working with the people that I mentioned at the Nevada County Historical Society and the Truckee Donner Historical Society, and my own research in newspapers and other things. I was able to find out so much more than we already knew about Johnson, his resort, his relationship with the community. but there's still a broader picture and a lot of things that are lacking. And as I said, there's these two issues. If we call it, Albert Johnson, Johnson Canyon, then we are not, we're still excluding and suppressing the African-American presence in the area.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not our goal either. And also, when we change these names, we might feel good that we're getting rid of a word that is seen as derogatory, but we're also erasing history. And it's really dangerous when people don't know about this racist past and when they assume that, everybody was just always doing the right thing. So those are issues. They're not just inherent to this Johnson Canyon proposal. They're issues that we face all the time, but I would like to at least talk about them and see if we can address them.
Yeah, it's an issue we're having at the national level, isn't it?
Really good. Yep. Yep. I'd like to just throw in on this, not that we're going to get too far on it. There is no proposal for it, but the creek running up through the canyon has largely been known as Gregory Creek, which again, and I loved your comment about self-referential. A lot of times in a proposal, we'll get about 2 sentences, and then every internet article, everything, all refer back to the same thing. And we had to begin with about 2 sentences was all we had. So your work is excellent. But anyway, Gregory Creek has been used more down towards the lake. It's not an official geographic name, but for the creek that runs through the canyon. And there is the issue, it's basically a Y-shaped drainage. It goes up a little ways north of the freeway, and then it makes it into a Y shape. And there's some on maps, it's often been Negro Canyon has been used for the westernmost fork, and in local usage, they really use the whole area, partially because the freeway cuts off the bottom of this area, man-made feature. The whole area is called is even already been called Johnson Canyon, I will say. But I should go back to that is just a proposal. But the question about which fork of the drainage refers, that whatever name we come up with refers to. And I have some input on that from the Forest Service and things like, need to cut it off there.
Yeah, I don't know how widespread the use of Johnson Canyon is. The land trust uses Johnson Canyon.
That's about it.
And they because they own that acreage.
Yep.
In public trust, they have been responsible for, spreading the name. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't know how.
It's unofficial, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other last comments before we move on? Let me do a quick check. Do we need a break before we dive into Oak Springs? Rich, your hand's up. Should we go ahead?
I'd be glad for a break.
Let's do a break. That's all I needed to hear. Let's make it kind of short.
10 minutes?
Let's go 10 minutes. 11. Let's come back at 11:20.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Okay, the clock has struck 11:20. Is everybody back on? You don't have to answer that. I'm just going to assume you are. I'll go ahead and put the agenda back up on the screen. Oh. Justin, do you have to give me sharing options again?
You should be able to share your screen.
Oh, now it's working. Okay. Okay, so next up is Oak Springs. Mary, that's your case. Mary, are you back with us?
Yes, I am.
Great. Go ahead and take it away.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Oops, there we go. Try this again. So this is a proposal by Jason Smith, who is the fire chief at the Rattlesnake Mountain Volunteer Fire Department. And I put up the address because this is pertinent. This is also the area which is being proposed to be named Oak Springs. So he's listing as the location of the volunteer fire department as this proposed new name. Currently, it is an unincorporated community. It's about 10 miles southwest of Apple Valley, at the site of a spring named Oak Spring. And so there's a difference here in an S of the proposed name and the historical name. The claim has been that the name has been in use for approximately 100 years to refer to the area, and it is also found in several business names. On the proposal, it was stated that the goal is to distinguish it from the larger town of Apple Valley. There were a number of photos online that show the name being used in handmade signs, although there is no published use in the county. So I've just included here because I have unstable internet. I don't want to bring up Google Earth just to show you this. So I've included a photo here of Google Maps. This is the area. This is what is found on Google Map. So they're using that. And you can see now some of the businesses in the area that are using the name Oak Springs. There's also historical features, historical markers using the Oak Springs name. And one of them refers to the town of Oak Springs town limits. I have no idea where this came from. I could not track this down. There's reference to an Oak Springs barn from the 1800s and an Oak Springs homestead. So again, you can see the Oak Springs campground, and then there's the Oak Springs Deep Creek equestrian trailhead. Here's Oak Springs Road. So the name is pervasive. There is a homestead deed in the name of Schmidt, although not Jason, but apparently a relative, again, using the identical address that is being proposed for Oak Springs, but the mailing address is Apple Valley. So this was submitted in 2013. So I've just kind of put up here some pros and cons. Pros are, there doesn't seem to be any opposition. We do have some historical markers showing that something was there There are photos that use this Oak Springs name. There's a road, there's businesses. From what I could tell, there's really not any strong evidence that a name is needed. It's a very discreet location. It's very small. There does appear to be a volunteer fire department housed there, but not a lot of activity. No one seems to be confusing the location with Apple Valley, as the proposal stated that they would like to make a distinction between that and Apple Valley. And then there's the spelling of Oak Spring, and the proposed Oak Springs struck me as inconsistent with the stated purpose, which was clarity. So I have no recommendation to make. It seems innocuous enough, but I just don't know the standards of the committee if this is strong enough to require a name or to propose a name. So with that, I open the floor for discussion.
Great. Thanks, Mary. That was great. Okay, so as far as support goes, the county doesn't object. It sounds like they didn't feel strongly either way, right?
Well, they have a policy where they do not comment. And so they didn't comment one way or the other. Neither could I find any evidence that anyone else had objected.
And the BLM actually supports it?
Yes. Or it has no objection, I guess is.
Okay. And I guess the other question would be if there's any potential commercial issue here, since there are some businesses that already have that name, like would they benefit from naming the town?
It didn't seem likely.
Yeah.
They were far enough away from the proposal, or they were already well known, right?
Yeah.
So it didn't seem like there would be there's really not much there except the businesses that are already there, and they're already doing their own advertising. It just didn't seem appropriate, I guess. I mean, or an issue.
Yeah, so in the BGN policies, it says the proposed name that the BGN construes to be commercial will be returned to the proponent for additional evidence that the name is not being used for publicizing a particular commercial product or business. They're already using the name.
They're already using the name, yep, and have for many years.
Yeah. And we can approve a name for a feature that has a long-standing association with the commercial enterprise. I don't see the issue there. Anybody else have any comments? It seems like such a backwoods sort of low-key name. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't approve it.
Yeah, I didn't see anything to really push it one direction or another, other than, you know, there is a volunteer fire department there, but it is called Rattlesnake Mountain. So I don't know that that is relevant either, you know. So I guess there's no harm in it, but I don't know if there's any help in it either. So
right,
I would defer to the committee's expertise on this.
Rich has his hand raised.
Yeah, Rich has his hand raised.
Oh yeah, Rich.
If I'm not mistaken, I don't have it in front of me, the docket. Is this a proposal for a locale or a populated place?
Yes, it's a locale with a minimal population.
Minimal populated, yeah.
Maybe one family,
yeah.
maybe two.
Yeah. Once again, sometimes, you know, I don't think, and Jim might have a better thought on this, and you know, sometimes this is not a geographic feature. And so we sometimes don't get it even in the business of having names for populated places. I don't know, we've talked about this before, it may be escaping me, but we don't have to even come up with an opinion. It's a populated place. We're in the business of geographic names mostly. Is there something I'm forgetting, Jim? Are you thinking of something, or?
Jenny also has her hand raised. She may
Oh,
have.
yeah, or Jenny would be good too.
Jim, you want to say anything first?
Unmuted.
You mute. Jim, you're on mute.
I was just saying that I was wondering why it was put on the review list if it's an administrative name.
No, it's not. It's not. It's an unincorporated populated place. It's not a locale. A populated place by definition has at least one permanent occupied dwelling. It can be anything from 1 or 2 houses up to New York City. They're all populated places. We as staff process this as a populated place. It's not an administrative name. It's not incorporated. Rich is right that we don't vote on incorporated places, certainly, but this is very much under the BGN's purview, and we do consider it a geographic feature. And the proponent claims it needs a name.
Okay, I remember you saying that before.
And because it's a locale?
Nope, it's not a locale. It's a populated place.
And why do we name populated places?
Yes, unincorporated ones. Yes, absolutely.
Unincorporated ones.
Yes, yeah, because nobody else does. I mean, they're not set up by charter or incorporation papers, so there's no other authority other than the BGN to name unincorporated populated places. So they're very much under our purview.
Good.
This would be similar to that Confederate quarters in Monterey.
There you go. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank
County,
you.
I
Right.
think, yeah.
Yep.
Like, no one really lived there, but it was a place.
Well, there were a few residents, as I recall.
A few residents, yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah. There's not. I mean, Mary's right. There's not much to this place either. For what it's worth, if the BLM said support or no objection, I mean, they might see it's needed as a landmark as you enter BLM land. I don't know. I mean, if the federal agency feels the name might be needed, I don't know if that counts for anything, but.
Do you have off the top of your head, what is a locale? The definition?
Well, that's a loaded question too now. A locale was a place where there's no permanent human population. So the locale would be anything from a railroad crossing, although we have crossing as a separate feature, but an example would be like a golf course or a shopping center, or again, a place where human activity occurs, but no one lives. So this is not a locale. And oh, by the way, we've removed all locales from GNIS now because they are, the vast majority are things like golf courses and shopping centers, which we do not name or maintain. So you will not have the option in the future to even vote on a locale name. But a populated place like this, absolutely, you will still be asked to vote on these.
Okay.
Anybody else have any thoughts?
I could be remembering wrong, but during the last meeting, did we have questions on the actual extent of the feature? Were those? I could be remembering wrong.
There again, being unincorporated, it has no extent. There are no boundaries. If it was an incorporated place, a city of, town of, yes, it would have legal definition, legal boundaries. But by definition, unincorporated means just that. It has no corporation, no boundaries, no extent. So we would simply mark it with a single point somewhere in the middle of the area he described. We would not have to put a boundary around it at all.
Mary, you might have already mentioned this, but do you know if the same family owns all the commercial or the campground and the cabins and the ranch?
According to previous research, which I did not re-research, there is no connection.
Okay. And you don't have any leanings whether to,
Well, other
recommend?
than, I found Jenny's explanation very helpful of, if there's a family and they like a name, then is there any reason not to? So like I said, so I guess based on that explanation and understanding, and the fact that the BLM does not object to the name, I could at this point say, why not? We could go ahead and name it if people are comfortable with that.
yeah, do you want to go ahead and make a recommendation?
I recommend that we accept the name of Oak Springs with the S as proposed.
Okay, I'll second that.
Thank you.
And does anyone have any other comments before we bring it up for a vote? So there's been a motion made to recommend approval. All in favor, let's see, do we have people raise their hands? Kira, last time we did this? Is that...
I think I just called off names.
Oh, you called off, okay.
Yeah. Mary Simmerer, you recommended to approve?
Aye.
Yeah. Okay. Daniel Walsh.
Approve.
Okay. Richard Liss.
I approve.
Tiffany.
Approve.
Greg Lucas.
I'm in.
Debbie Treadway.
Approve.
Susan Anderson.
I'm abstaining.
Okay. So that is 6-4 and 1 abstention. No against.
Great. Thank you. Okay. All right, then, moving on. Our next case here, I'll bring up the agenda real quick. Our next case is going to be the Pak Kuvu Hu K, and I apologize if I butchered that, in San Bernardino County. And Debbie, this is your case, so I suspect you're probably not prepared to present.
I am not prepared to present.
Totally, yeah, totally understandable. We do have some information on this one. Let's see, it's in the Park Service in Joshua Tree, and they fully support the change. Often and historically, we've requested that if we get a Native American name like this, that we add the feature name to the end of it. So we would have said, call it Pak Kuvu Hu K Tank, but the BGN is not really adamant about that anymore. That has been like an older recommendation, but we don't really care about it anymore. So based on the Secretary's orders, we could potentially vote on this today and pass it, just to take one of those S-word names off our list, because we do have the Park Service support, and the county has been contacted a couple times and they haven't responded. So it'd really just be, if we do vote on it, it would be based on the Park Service. Does anyone have any comments on that? I can see if I have that Park Service letter. I'm not sure.
I think the idea of voting on it is a good one.
Great, okay. Thanks, Susan. Coming from you, that means a lot. You seem conservative about voting.
This is Richard Liss. I was wondering, what's a tank? Is that a water tank?
I think it's like a watering hole.
Oh, watering hole.
So in Serrano, botch is water. So it's a Serrano word out in that area, and that's Serrano territory. This is Assembly-Member Ramos.
Oh, so pots is water.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tiffany, this is Geneva. Would you mind reminding us who the project or the name change applicant is and the tribal consultations that took place?
Sure. Yeah, let's see what I've got. Oh, I don't
And
have
also,
that.
since this is Debbie's project, Debbie, please feel free to let us know if you feel comfortable with moving forward with the vote.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. Good point, Geneva. I'm gonna have to find the original review list. I really don't have, I don't even have the Park Service letter on hand.
So I have the case on the BGN list. I don't necessarily have the supporting documentation, but give me a second and I should be able to give you the proponent.
David Smith, 29 Palms.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
David Smith is the superintendent at Joshua Tree National Park. This is Amanda Kaplan with the National Park Service. And I've got, just trying to pull up my documentation on this. Looks like I've got a letter from, no, this is not the letter back. Acknowledging. I'm not sure, this started before my time, so I'm not sure I have all of the historic documentation on it.
Thank you, Amanda.
Amanda, you don't have the letter? Because I can't find it either.
I have a letter from the Board of Geographic names back to David asking some questions, but it doesn't look like I ever received the original proposal, any files on the original proposal, because like I said, I think this started before I was in this role.
Jenny, you have your hand up, and also it seems like the website's down. Is that just me or?
Yeah, they're it's part of the upgrade we're going through right now to get off Oracle, and it seems like the database has been up and down this week. So yeah, it's not just you; it's at our end. So give you some background. Let's see. Yes, the proponent is David Smith, superintendent at Joshua Tree National Park, and the proposal quote says, "This name was provided in consultation with the park's traditionally associated Native American communities, and it was recommended specifically by the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. The larger community of Joshua Tree National Park's 15 traditionally associated Native American communities agreed that the historic name used for the location was vulgar, disrespectful, and inappropriate. And yes, the proposed name is Serrano, word meaning watering hole. The Serrano are a tribe which was indigenous in the area. Proposed name replaces an outdated and derogatory name which was given to the location by Western settlers." Let's see, just scrolling down here. Yeah, so these conclusions were reached through discussion with the 15, again, Native American communities traditionally associated with the park. So this was initiated by the park superintendent, but only after a lot of discussion with tribes in the area. And as far as the BGN's tribal consultation, we would have sent the review list with this proposal on it to all 574 federally recognized tribes. And I'm looking now to see if we got any responses. Oh, well, the only input would be from the initial tribe that was consulted early on, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. So they support this as the, essentially the background provider of the name.
It sounds like there's been extensive consultation. And I think that just as a baseline for a lot of these, we want to make sure that the consultation requirement that was included in the updated charter continues regardless of whether the name is offensive to Native peoples. So just a flag there, but deferring to Assemblymember Ramos, since that's his tribe as well, if he feels comfortable moving forward, I think that's great. Debbie, did you want to say something?
Basically, that's what I was going to say. I was just curious if there was anybody that, any of the tribes that did not support that. And I would also like to kind of hear from Assemblymember Ramos if he supports this, since this is his tribe.
Definitely support it. Pach, so the Serrano people were Yohavitum Serrano and Hitik Marinam out in Morongo, Ernest Siva, but we all speak the language. So Pach is water, and Mara, the oasis, is actually out there in Joshua Tree. So we revere that area as pretty sacred for us. So changing the name is the #1 priority, and there has been ongoing dialogue and consultation within the people that came up with this name itself. So I would be in favor of taking that offensive name off in order to move this name forward.
That is wonderful to hear.
So Tiffany,
Correct input.
I think that we should put this up for a vote.
Absolutely. Okay, let's do it. So Debbie, do you want me to lead it for you? It's your name, but, or I mean, it's assigned to you. But,
I can read the committee member names.
well, Kira will do that. All you have to do is make a recommendation.
I recommend that we support changing the name from the derogatory name of Squaw Tank to the Serrano name. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to even attempt it.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate to say that the recommendation basis is overwhelming support?
Yeah, that sounds
okay.
Appropriate.
So we will now vote.
You need
Mary
a second.
Simmer?
You need a second, I think.
Need a second.
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
second it. Oh.
Great.
Thank you. So,
okay. Oh, I guess
now we may proceed.
Yeah, I guess is that me to get it going?
That's okay. I got it. So Mary Simmerer?
Approve.
Daniel Walsh?
Approve.
Richard Liss?
I approve.
Tiffany?
Approve.
Greg Lucas?
Approve.
Debbie Treadway?
Approved.
Susan Anderson?
Approve.
That is unanimous approval for those present.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's glad we were able to move through that one. Okay, so we're ready to head on to the.
Can I ask really quickly if somebody can actually say the name? I know I heard somebody saying that they weren't going to attempt it.
I think Assemblymember Ramos had pronounced it. He may have stepped away.
He stepped away, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, we can nab him when he comes back.
So Botch is water, and then the Geographic is more of like the hole, right, where it's at. There's a lot of those places. There's another place called Coyote Hole that was dedicated back to the Native American lands people. But the big word to take away from it is the word Botch. Botch means water, and then the other Geographic means that it's like a holding place for it. Trying to adapt to things that people see today, like tanks and those types of things.
Can you give an attempt to pronounce it, please?
Botch,
Slowly.
I mean,
And the second word?
it's Karukara. It's like, yeah, you have to like do a glottal, your tongue has to be up to the roof of your mouth, right? Which we're open to do a cultural presentation to the group here at another time also, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it sounds like the V is kind of pronounced like an R.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda is How Arch in Los Angeles County, and that is Greg Lucas's case. So
Thanks,
Greg,
Tiffany. Thanks. Did you do we want to take up both of the ones that were assigned to the state library? I mean, because we are offering recommendations against the name change on both.
Sure. Yeah, if you want to do it that way, we've got the floor. Just go ahead and. go
Okay,
roll,
we'll
please.
starting with How Arch. We're recommending against the name change in part primarily based on the opposition to it from the National Park Service. It's a geographic feature in the Santa Monica Mountains, and it's in the file. But I mean, the Park Service basically summarizes what our experience was in researching it, which is, and I'm quoting from them, "We searched our archives, spoke to some people who've been involved with mapping and conservation in the mountains for more than 50 years. We're not able to turn up any information about the individual, Mr. Howe, who they want to name it after, hikes to the arch, and so on. And so given the foregoing, we've seen no evidence that Mr. Howe satisfies the criteria of the commemorative names policy, i.e., quote, had either some direct or long-term association with the feature or made a significant contribution to the area, community, or state in which it is located," close quotes. So we would recommend against approving that name change.
Well,
Did we
that's
want
right.
to vote on that?
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, we never got any input from the LA County and North Tribes, right? So basically, like, no one is interested in this name.
Well, and we would recommend that the committee not be interested in it either.
Yes, okay. All right, so you're making a motion to recommend disapproval?
Yes, I am.
I will second that.
Okay.
Anyone else want to make any comments or thoughts about this case before we go ahead and move into a vote? Hearing nothing, let's go ahead and vote.
Okay, Mary Simmerer. Did we lose Mary?
Yeah, we can't hear you, Mary, really. I think I hear
Actually,
something.
I don't see her on the call.
Oh,
We may have lost her. She did say that her internet was spotty, so maybe she'll get back on shortly. We'll start with Daniel Walsh then.
Disapprove.
Okay. So the recommendation was to disapprove.
Oh,
So you're for disapproval, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, just confirming. Richard Liss.
Yeah, I agree. I'm for disapproval.
Thank you. Tiffany Meyer.
I'll vote yes on the disapproval.
Thank you. Greg Lucas, you started this with disapproval.
Yes, I'm for disapproval. Thank you, Kira.
Yes. Debbie Treadway.
I think I'm going to abstain because I really don't understand.
Okay. Susan Anderson.
I'm for disapproval.
Okay. Mary, one more call for you. Did you make it back on? Mary, I see you. I believe she stepped away. Tiffany, how would you like to proceed?
Let's go ahead and proceed without her. We have a quorum.
Okay.
I guess, wait, do you see her at all on there?
Her name does show up on the panelist list currently, yes.
We could try, Mary, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. If you can, if you vote yes, raise your hand. Wonder if we just lost her.
I think I hear a voice in the background, so she may have had to answer the door or a phone call or something.
Right. Okay. Okay. Let's go ahead and move on without her.
Okay.
Okay. So, Greg, you're going to go ahead and.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks, Tiffany. It's Greg Lucas again. Appreciate you taking Chestnut Hills sort of out of order. We have a similar recommendation to not approve the name change. This is a slightly more complicated issue, let's say, than Howe Arch. It involves a relatively low ridge in Imperial County. And I'm going to get this wrong, but I did, before we go too much further, I want to thank Jenny for helping out a lot on this in terms of figuring out what we needed to do to reach this recommendation. But I want to say that the Bureau of Land Management refers to the ridge as Pine Knob, and the Geological Survey refers to the highest point in this ridge as Pine Knob. So in the course of investigating this proposed name change, the Bureau of Land Management, and again, I'd commend their letter in the file to your attention. It's dated December 7th, so it's probably near the top. It summarizes really well, I think, sort of the issues here. Chief among them is opposition. I think the Bureau describes it as adamant, their word, opposition by one of the tribal nations in the area to the name change. And similarly, the Bureau lists a variety of reasons why they are also opposed. And it's all kind of laid out in this letter, which I can summarize for you. There's some other factors that, you know, the committee considers in these decisions, which also led us to this recommendation. But the most compelling, of course, is the opposition by one of the tribal nations, followed by the Bureau of Land Management, who did, I think, and stop me if I'm wrong, Jenny, but the Bureau, which did the bulk of the consultation with the tribe. So again, for those reasons, we would recommend not approving this name change. And after we take that action, I had a quick question to ask the committee, or after we deal with that issue.
Okay, and Debbie, were you raising your hand or lowering it? Did you have a comment?
I have a question. Okay. Were there any tribes that were support?
No.
No.
Okay.
And then also, I think one of the yet another knock against it is the word doesn't really have any relation to the landscape, right? It's sort of out of left field.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a Jewish word that refers to loving kindness of God towards humanity. And so it isn't, it's a terrific concept, but it isn't really related to the geographic features at issue. Yes. So again, we'd recommend not approving the name change.
Okay. So you want to go ahead and move to, or make a motion?
I move to not approve the name change of Chesed Hills for this geologic feature.
Okay. Does anyone want to second that motion?
I can second.
Great, thanks, Daniel. The motion has been seconded. Is there any other comments, any thoughts, input before we take a vote? Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and take a vote to disapprove the name Chesed Hills.
Okay, Mary Simmerer, did we get you back?
Yes, you did. I disapprove.
Okay, thank you. You recommend to disapprove.
Recommend to disapprove, yes.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Walsh.
Oh, recommend to disapprove.
Thank you. Richard Liss.
I recommend to disapprove.
Tiffany Meyer.
Recommend to disapprove.
Greg Lucas.
Disapprove.
Debbie Dreadway.
Recommend to disapprove.
Susan Anderson.
although it is one of the nicest names, I do recommend to disapprove.
Thank you, Susan. So that is unanimous recommendation to disapprove.
Excellent.
So I'm sorry, we don't have to do it today or take time, out of today's agenda. But my follow-up question would be, so let's say there's a subsequent request, right? Like there's further consultation. I see Jenny has her hand up, but I mean, maybe change at some point, changing the name of the geologic feature to something that's more aligned with what the tribal nation wanted. That I guess my question is, that requires a subsequent action, right? Like somebody has to ask us to make a recommendation. You're nodding, Tiffany, so I think my question is answered, but.
Right, so we do get counter proposals
Okay.
to names, and Jenny can probably speak to this better, but they'll go to the BGN, and I think usually BGN will contact the original proponent to see if they support the counter proposal, which gives us a little more.
Okay, well, yeah, I can have a subsequent conversation with Jenny and James at BLM about that, but I just wanted to get a sense of what the process might be for something like that.
Yeah, the next step.
Okay.
Jenny, you had a comment?
Oh, well, I was just kind of first of all, gonna thank Greg for taking the time to talk about this one. And you're absolutely right. Just, I mean, you know this already, but half the feature is in fact on the reservation of the Fort Quechin, of the Fort Yuma reservation. So it's sort of like half tribal land and half BLM managed land. And you're absolutely right. We got this adamant letter of opposition from the tribal president. And yes, the letter does mention another name that they use to refer to these hills. And there was some confusion early on in that we simply listed the highest point alone as Pilot Knob, whereas it seems the BLM, as Greg says, and the tribe use that name Pilot Knob to refer to the entire feature. And so, yes, we are working now with the tribe to encourage them to submit a new proposal to apply a name from their language, the name they've used historically for that ridge. We would presumably, yes, give the original proponent a chance to comment, but and so as far as the federal board is concerned, his proposal is still pending. Obviously, we'll get your minutes and whether we vote on that one like you did and dispense with that, the Chestnut Hills name first and then consider the tribal name after, or whether we'll hold off and do them both at the same meeting, I don't know yet, but we're hoping that the tribe will follow through with a name in their language, and that would ultimately become a name change for Pilot Knob. So yes, so that would come back to you all for a second discussion and vote at some point next spring or summer, I guess.
Okay, great.
Thank you. And thank you for gently reminding me it's Pilot Knob, not Pine Knob.
We all knew what you meant. No, we knew what you meant.
I don't know why I keep calling it that. I can't get it out of my head for some reason.
No worries.
Thanks again, Jenny.
Sure. I do a quick question. You mentioned when we talked, Greg, that you were going to try and reach out to the proponent of this name. Did you ever get a hold of him? You asked for his.
I did not.
No, okay.
It was also made more difficult by the new policy of not including proponent information anymore as a privacy violation. But
well, see, I mean, I think there's a little bit of confusion there. The information that we took down from the GNIS public webpage was not the proposals per se, not the active proposals, because they never were posted online. It's the historical material that was attached to GNIS, the past decisions, past meaning last month and 10, 20 years ago, 100 years ago. Proposals were never posted online as such, but it's my understanding that once Kara gets a copy from us, it's all posted on your collaboration page. So the proposals should be available to the committee members during their review. From what I've seen, that collaboration
the proposal is the contact information for the proponent was not. So.
Oh, well, yeah, I think his original proposal only had his, you're right, his name, maybe his phone number and his email, but somewhere along the way we got his address because it's in our records now. So, but yeah, nonetheless, you're right. The proposal itself was always required to include a very minimum, their name, phone number, and email. So it should be there in the application that's on your
Yeah,
site.
well, the short answer is no. I suppose he'll be hearing from us soon.
Well, as a question is, yeah, do you all typically notify proponents of your decisions before they go to the BGN? Given that you're only advisory, you don't usually, do you, Tiffany? You don't
No,
normally
no,
reach
we
out?
don't.
No, let us be the bad guys. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, yeah.
Precisely, right.
That's fine. That's our job. So, thank you all. Thank you, Greg.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Greg. Rich, you had a
And
comment?
Rich, just one that you, I think you may have already mentioned it, but we have in this Pine Knob, I guess is the one proposal is, I don't see it on a map. I think we've seen it before. We have the ridge, and then the knob itself sounds like a rather singular point. And I wanted to make sure that the proposal comes, is it the hills or is it the peak?
It's now the hills. That
the
was
hills.
just sort of a way that GNIS interpreted the labeling on the map, and it's conceivable that the name started off referring to just the knob on top.
Yeah.
That's not even the highest knob, it's the second highest knob. And yes, a name like knob, you would sort of assume it might just be the single point on top of the larger
Yeah.
range. But if you look at it apparently from quite a distance, it's really the only elevated feature for miles around. And so apparently the tribe and the BLM call the entire range Pilot Knob. So we have amended, well, we haven't amended GNIS yet because the form is still down, but the review list has been fixed to refer to it as a name change into the entire hills, not just the point. And unfortunately, that was the proponent's initial contention, as he said it was just the high point alone, and it was not a name change, but we kind of set him straight and said, no, as far as we're concerned, it is a name change to Pilot Knob.
Okay.
So if the tribal name is approved, ultimately, Pilot Knob would then become a variant name that would disappear.
Right. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Rich.
Thanks, you all. Okay, so I think we'll be taking a break. I just want to mention that the next topic on our agenda is the ek dao goet wata. That's Amy's case, and she is out today, so we will skip that. So when we come back from our lunch, we'll go ahead and hop on to Elk Creek. So with that, let's see, it's 12:07. Let's come back at 1:10. Give you guys a good hour to catch up on emails and whatnot and eat. So we'll see everybody at 1:10. Well, hello, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch and some time off. Short little break there. Welcome back. Let's see, I'll go ahead and share my screen again so we can take a look at the agenda. Unfortunately, I can't tell who's actually back, so I'm just going to soldier on and hopefully folks are trickling back in. So our next agenda item is Elk Creek, and that's Richard Liss. And he has informed me that he's not prepared, he hasn't finished his research on this one. So we'll probably just defer it. Did you want to add anything, Richard?
Yeah, this one and the Granite Face Lake. I'm behind on both of them and not ready today.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and defer both Elk Creek and Granite Face Lake, pending based on needing more research. Kira, are you with us? Kira.
I am. I'm trying to figure out how to unmute myself.
Okay, cool. And I've actually lost like my main Zoom page. Zoom. Oh, there it is.
This is Richard Liss. Can someone tell me where the like the thumbs up thing is? I can't seem to find it on the Zoom.
Do we have that in Zoom?
Oh, maybe we don't, or whatever it is. Oh, I know, raise hand.
There's a raise hand.
I can't find the raise hand.
There should be a more button next to, so you have to like scroll around and then you get these options to mute, stop video, participants, Q&A, and then at the very end of that, there's a more, for me anyway.
Yeah.
Oh,
you might
okay,
also
so look
have
for
to,
more button. Okay.
you might also
thank
have
you.
to take your cursor to the bottom of the screen and a line will pop up.
Okay, so Carrie, did you catch that? Different Elk Creek and Granite Face Lake?
I did.
Okay, great. So, and then also we will have to defer Minifree Hills due to Amy being absent. So that just zips us right down the list to Gasparini Creek, which is a name change from Gasparini Creek. Appears to be an error, and that is Susan's case. Susan, are you with us? Are you back with us? Ready to take that one? Susan's back. This is the danger of taking a break. It's like getting people back.
You gave us a very generous break.
Yeah, that was. Susan, are you there?
I do not see her on the list currently, so she may, oh no, she's right there.
Yeah, I do see you're still there, but I think we all just muted and walked off or did other things. So let's go ahead and move to the next item on the list, and then we can come back to Gasparini Creek. I'm hoping that'll be one that we'll be able to vote on today.
Yeah.
So that brings us to Reisler Butte, a name change from a derogatory name of Pickaninny Buttes. So Mary, that's your case. Are you ready to talk about?
Yes, I am.
Great. Take it away.
So I'm going to share my screen.
Oh, great. Here, let me stop.
And I need you to.
There.
Thank you. And well, why is that not coming up as being part of my presentation? It's not showing as
we're not seeing anything yet.
I know. I'm not seeing it on my, I have it up on my screen, but it's not. Let me close this and try it again. and see what's going on here. There we go. It is now there. And is that better? People now
Coming
see
up. Yep.
it.
Yes.
There it is.
So this was first proposed in July of 2019. The first proposal was 2 alfalfa buttes. And the proponent, Christopher Nunn, had suggested this name due to early alfalfa farming in the area and in reference to Lucerne Valley, which apparently derives from the French word for alfalfa. The counter proposal came from Chuck Bell, who is the president of the Lucerne Valley Economic Development Association, who felt that the name did not really reflect what went on in the valley correctly, and instead counterproposed the name Reisler in honoring a pioneer family who had settled the area earlier, and the buttes are apparently still under their ownership. So that's where we're at. Here again is a picture of the buttes and the surrounding area. In deference to Susan's comments earlier about African-American presence, my original research had not focused on the presence of African-Americans in the valley. So I did a quick search at lunchtime. And so this is by no means a thorough search, but I did find from the National Park Service a very brief history of farming efforts by African-Americans in California. And they single out Sidewinder Valley, and what is adjacent to that, they're saying that Lucerne was originally a Black settlement. So I found no further information, but apparently in the early 1900s, there had been an effort to settle and homestead in the area by African Americans. I have here the original homestead filing, which was filed on September 18th, 1928. And it is in the name of Lee William Reisler, and showing the same parcel right here are the buttes. So there is a connection between the Reisler name and the buttes. So I reached out to the current members of the Reisler family based on my research. And what I'm showing you here is an email that I have received from Lee William Reisler III. So this is his grandfather. And he is in support of changing the name of the buttes to Reisler Buttes. And he states that they moved to Lucerne Valley in 1901. They eventually homesteaded the property, and that was the homestead patent that we saw. And so basically the family is in, the current relatives are in favor of the name change. There is another branch of the Reisler family that I was unable to contact. So there is a little more connection of the Reisler name in the valley. She was, her name was Ione Reisler. She lived in Lucerne Valley for most of her life. She was nominated for Citizen of the Year. And she had been grain master for several years, and she had held many offices. So there's another connection to the name Reisler, having a connection to the historical aspects and the family presence in the area. So very brief summation of pros and cons. Name seems to be relevant to the area. It has support of both the family and the Economic Development Association. There may be a broader representation, more than just one family, but the name seems to be relevant to the area. The only con that I saw was that the name is a counter proposal. I don't know enough about the procedures to know whether or not that's enough. Does this one need to be, does a former proponent of Felfa Buttes need to be notified, and that proposal turned down and this one accepted? So not sure of that process, but to date, that is the only con that I saw.
So yeah, along those lines, the new proposal for Riesler Buttes, it did mention that the original proponent for Alfalfa Buttes had accepted this counter proposal, correct? Did you?
I'm not positive, no. Someone else may be able to speak to that.
Were you in contact with the proponents? You were with the Riesler family.
I was, they did not propose it. It was by the Lucerne Valley Economic Development Association.
That's right.
So I wanted to check with the family to make sure that, there was not a problem with them, that someone had kind of, not informed them of their name being proposed for a geographic name, but they were fine with it. They were quite excited. So
my question is, I don't know who the Reislers are. There's some facts, but I have no idea who they are, what they stood for, what, besides some titles for one of the family members. I feel like I really don't have any information, and certainly not enough information to support naming a place after them.
To that point, I did do some research on, family contributions to the area, if you will. And there wasn't a lot. There was a business that the family has owned since 1963 that apparently is well known in the area. One of the family members was nominated to the school board and is a serving member of the school board, but there's not a lot of information on that name other than longevity, essentially.
I need to, this is a white family, right?
I have no idea.
Well, that's a problem, not knowing. And there's just not enough information. As I said, I don't know who they are, what they stood for, what place and what role they really had in the development of this community.
Susan, with your connections to museums and historical societies, is that something you would be able to investigate?
I'd be happy to do more investigation. I'm definitely familiar with the area and also familiar with some histories of African-American settlement in desert areas around California. And this was a prominently well-known area for Black families. As Mary was able to discover at lunchtime, as she said. But in the meantime, yeah, I'd be happy to reach out to some local historians and other folks who might, be knowledgeable to put this proposal in context, but also to kind of broaden out what we know about the history of the place and you know, what might make the most sense as a proposal.
I think it might be less awkward for you to do that than Mary to like call them up and be like, hey, are you guys Black? Get really awkward. Rich, did you have a comment?
I don't have it in front of me, but does this proposal seek to commemorate one person or the Reisler family? I don't have the review list in front of me.
It's my understanding that it was to a more of a family, early homesteaders in the area. One family in particular, I did find that there were 2 branches of the family. So the name is a little broader than just one person, but
That's usually a pretty important factor in commemorative naming. I mean, who we're naming it for? Is it a family? Is it an individual?
I wonder in that context if the fact that this was a counter proposal,
Yeah.
you know, in that sense, we didn't vote down one name and no one formally proposed another. So that particular amount of research didn't really get done, you know, so it's kind of like, and I'm new to the committee. I'm not familiar, you know, yet. I'm learning a lot today, which is really great about some of these aspects. So I focused more on the name rather than these other issues.
Yeah. Was this?
And I have the case
Who made the proposal? I'm curious about that.
It's on the first slide, which was Chuck Bell. He is the president of the Lucerne Valley Economic Development Association.
And he made the second.
Yeah, the second proposal, right? That's the counter proposal. The first proposal was Alfalfa Buttes by Christopher Nuns.
And I do have the case proposal up if you would like me to answer those earlier questions.
Well, since I'm going to be doing some additional research on top of what Mary's already been able to pull out, I'll be definitely asking for both of those proposals.
They're on the Teams page that was created for the members for doing their research. So
okay, I don't know what that is. So
okay, we can work with you to get you access to that. Hopefully, you're not in the state system, but you should be able to get access to that. So it might take wiggling around.
Thank you.
The Reisler Buttes one is an official proposal, though. You keep saying counter proposal. It is a docketed proposal, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay, that was not clear to me either, that it was that it is in fact a formal proposal. The information I was looking at, I didn't see that. So that just could be an omission on my part.
Per the review list, Alfalfa Buttes was withdrawn and the proponent supports the proposal for Reisler Buttes.
Okay.
Also, the name does commemorate specifically William Lee Reisler, born 1891, died 1962, and Agnes Jean Jack Lee Reiser, 1893 to 1968.
So it's individuals, but more than one. So it is kind of a family, multiple individuals.
Seems to be husband and wife.
Geneva, did you have a comment?
I did. I would just like to recommend to Mary and Susan, if you're helping with research, to dig a little bit into the history around the homesteading and evaluate kind of the process of how the family went through the homesteading process and acquired lands. I know that through California history, just generally the homesteading process was used to alienate tribal nations and their lands. And so as you all are doing some more research, I would suggest taking a critical eye on that and seeing how that process happened in this situation. And maybe we need to think about reaching out to the local tribal nations and having some kind of consultations around a proposed name change in this situation as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. One of the things that happens in a place like California is that the word homesteading and homestead are used very informally. And most of the time when you read that or hear about it, you're not talking about the federal process where you apply and you know, where people, mostly white people, got land allotted to them by the federal government. It's just a term that people use that people set up on the land informally, not through the federal process.
Well,
So
this,
that's
we do have a homestead patent on this
okay.
property.
So you do.
Yes.
All right. That's
Yes.
something we know. Thank you very much. Well, that makes it interesting. We'll have to find out who these people are.
So it sounds like we need to defer this case for further research. Does anybody have any other recommendations or comments on maybe what else we want to try and get Susan and Mary to dig up? Mary, do you want to go ahead and defer this for now?
I propose that we defer this.
Okay, great. So we'll defer it based on needing more research. So Susan, we skipped over Gasparini just because you weren't here right after lunch. So are you ready to hop onto
Yes.
that one? Okay,
Yes,
great.
yes, and I apologize for being tardy. I am going to say at the outset that this proposal is a clear-cut yes from me on the proposed name change. I think going through the file that there's an abundance of evidence that the creek name was misspelled. And there's also really goodly documentation about the correct name spelling to support this proposal. So I'll just say that all the evidence that I was able to find that was supplied by other folks, and Jenny very generously sent materials so that I could look at them. The proposal itself documents that the creek's name was misspelled in the GNIS. It's got the, you know, original homestead property materials for Giuseppe, who became Joe Gasparini. He, just in case anybody doesn't know, was an early settler and resident of this county in El Dorado County, and very well known among his neighbors. And even apparently at some time, the creek actually had a Forest Service sign that had the correct spelling. One of his daughters published memoirs that document what we know about the name. And there's the original homesteading claim. There's support for the name change from the Board of Supervisors in El Dorado County. The Forest Service has provided written support, and the person who submitted the proposal is a descendant of Joe Gasparini and certainly knows how the name ought to be spelled. So I am recommending the name change, which is really, it's a change, but it's a correction of a cartographic error.
So I'll second that.
I just had a couple of quick questions before we vote. Did you happen to dig up any older maps that have the original spelling?
No, I just relied on the information about the Forest Service. I have not looked at maps that have the original spelling.
Okay.
I've got some information on that.
Oh, great.
Yeah, really the first maps we found were 1991 from the federal perspective, both Forest Service and USGS with the incorrect spelling. Before that, it largely was not named on federal maps. And I always like to point out that the head of the cartographic for Forest Service cartography in 1991 was yours truly. So the cartographic error is partially got to be in, it was in my group. So, but but a lot of times things like that happen. A spelling, misspelling, it's the person putting the name on the map. And I did, in this case, just a few years back, Miss Mary Jean Ronde, the proponent, did get in touch with me about how to propose this. And I said, oh, it looks like we just, a cartographic error. Pretty.
So it started out as a cartographic error.
Yeah, pretty.
Yes,
we
your correspondence, Rich, is in the file, so I saw that.
I've been trying to throw all that stuff in there, but
Nice.
yeah, she did a good job. Her main item to me was the homestead for Joseph Gasparini, and with the correct spelling and documented, and that's it. Oh, and an easy one to misspell, so pretty easy.
Great. Okay. So there's already been a motion made to recommend approval. It's already been seconded. Any other discussions before we move into voting? Going once, going twice. Okay, let's take a vote to recommend to approve this name change. Gasparini to Gasparini.
Thank you. Mary Simmerer,
Approve.
Daniel Walsh,
Approve the name change.
Richard Lace,
I approve.
Tiffany Meyer,
Approve.
Greg Lucas,
Approve.
Debbie Treadway,
Approved.
Susan Anderson.
Approve.
That is unanimous.
Great. All right, I'm going to share my screen again. Thanks, Susan. Okay, so moving right along. So we're down at, well, Chest Hills, we've covered that one. So the next one is China Creek, and that is mine. So that's a name change in Tuolumne County. So I have a little presentation, so let me pull that up. See what happens when I go into presentation mode, which screen it's going to end up on. Ah, perfect. So you guys can see that. Okay, so this is a name change for a derogatory name from Chinaman Creek. The BGN procedures and policies say any individual or agency may submit to the BGN a proposal to change an existing name that they consider offensive. Such proposals should include reasons why the proponent believes the existing name is offensive. The proponent must offer an alternative name as part of the proposal. And so we are pretty familiar with these guidelines at this point in time. So this proposal, actually, we've received two proposals to change this name. Originally, back in 2020, we received the proposal to change it to James Wong Howe Creek. And then in April 2021, we received a counter proposal to change it to China Creek. So it's pretty clear that the word is derogatory. It's not accepted by that Chinese people. They find it very offensive. It was stated in the proposal itself why it's offensive. So, and then I also did a little search on Wikipedia. And it's actually relatively newly considered offensive, or at least in the dictionary, but it's still definitely considered offensive. So that's pretty clear. Where the name came from on the map is not very clear. It's assumed that it's referring to the Chinese immigrants that worked in that area. So it's in the foothills up where the gold rush area. And so a lot of immigrants were brought in to work on the railroads, and it doesn't say here, but also in the gold mines. So here's a map. It's a pretty remote area. It's out by Beardsley Lake. And so you can see it's a little creek that comes into, I believe that's the Stanislaus River, right at the base of the dam of Beardsley Lake. It's a short little creek. Okay, so first we'll just go over who James Wong Howe is. And actually, I went over this last time we met, so I'll just kind of breeze over it really quickly. He was born in China. He lived in a couple different places in the US, including San Francisco and LA. And then he actually ended up in Mexico. He was a famous cinematographer in LA and actually won quite a few Academy Awards for his work. And apparently he was the first minority cinematographer. And he developed all sorts of cinematography techniques that are used today. And he was active during the silent films. As you can see, he was born in 1899, passed away in 1976. And actually, he ended up being gray listed by the committee because he was married to a woman, I think she was white actually, and she was affiliated with the Communist Party. So that's why he ended up in Mexico. He fled to Mexico. So he's obviously someone worth commemorating, but there's really no association that he has to this area in Tuolumne County. So that is actually why the second proposal the counter proposal was added. So the second proposal is just China Creek, pretty simple, straightforward. The proponent is from the Forest Service, Michael Willis. And so the name is meant to maintain that historical and cultural reference to the Chinese immigrants that were in that area. The name China Creek appears in the 1938 article in the Union Democrat, the local paper, about their logging and railroad activity in the area. And it was labeled as far back on the map, as far back as 1956. It stayed on the maps throughout their updates. So basically, this is just a simple proposal to remove that derogatory name off the map. And if this proposal was not meant at all to minimize the impressive achievements that Mr. Howe accomplished in his day, but it's just a way to change the name and maintain that association with the area. And it makes sense to commemorate Mr. Howe, but actually it would be more commemorative if his name was used like in LA on a theater or something more prominent where people would see it, because this creek is really remote. So not many people would see that name on the map if it ends up going on the map. So local input. Just last night, we got a letter from the county. They do support the name change for China Creek. We did not get any response from the tribes, and the Forest Service supports the China Creek name. This is the letter from the county that popped in last night. At first, it took a while to get them to respond, but we finally did get something from. So I was excited about that. So to me, this one seems fairly obvious. I am thinking that I would like to recommend to approve it, but I would like to hear other people's input.
To me, it's not obvious at all. And I'm glad that James Wong Howe isn't, that we're not voting on that because he didn't have any association with this area. And out of all of the proponents and people that we've been in touch with, one thing I didn't hear, and I could be wrong, but I didn't hear there, in California and in Northern California, I mean the far north, and throughout Central California, there are a lot of Chinese historical societies that have done really extraordinary work digging into the genealogies, families, histories, institutions of Chinese Americans in the state. And this is an opportunity for us to build some relationships with people who are knowledgeable about this history and can connect people and populations to this geographic place. So I think calling it China Creek is, I don't think there's anything that's beneficial about that. And I think it's really going to require a little more effort to find, there's programs at Stanford, there's historical societies, there's people probably right in Sonora or Columbia or one of the towns near the creek in Tuolumne County that can help us dig up some more information to and a possible proposal that makes a lot of sense for this area.
I see your point, Susan, but on the other hand, our role is not necessarily to propose new names, and that's proactive. We're being more reactive here. So I see this name as still maintaining the Chinese People's Association with the area. If we do dig deep into the Chinese Historical Society and ask them for their recommendations, they could potentially give us a whole list of people who have had a lot of influence in the area. Then what do we do with that? Like, do we put one person's name? And like, how do we decide? Do they, this could open a huge can of worms where this case could just go on for years.
All right, I understand what you're saying, and we do want to get rid of the derogatory name, but I think that it is worth spending the effort. I think that the Secretary of the Interior's new mandate is implied in it is that we need to become more proactive. And when it comes to building relationships, we have a responsibility to have relationships with these communities and to stop making decisions without their input.
Rich, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I've got all kinds of ones here. This proposal, the second proposal of China Creek, I always get the thing wrong, comes from the Forest Service, and it actually comes from pretty much yours truly. When we saw the James Wong Howe Creek proposal, and I looked into his background, he was a tremendous individual that really came up through the ranks, and his life is interesting. Went from bottom to top, coming from China, ending up with 2 Academy Awards in filmmaking. Just tremendous. In the Forest Service, I see this, from a mapping standpoint, with this creek out in the middle of the Sierras, and we saw that coming to the Forest Service, we were against the proposal for geographic naming reasons, because Mr. Howe had nothing to do with this 2-mile long creek out in the middle, frankly, out in the middle of nowhere, and similar to what you said, Tiffany, I thought he should be commemorated. His best place would probably be in Hollywood, someplace there is some other method of maintaining commemorating his contributions. But similarly, we saw, we didn't want to be seen as retaining the name Chinaman Creek on the map. We said, our management doesn't want it, and for years, we don't want to be seen as that. We thought we put some thought into it by putting China Creek on it, which flows, by the way, down into a flat area but below the dam with a campground called China Flat. So there is some historical similarity there. We wanted to retain the idea that the contributions of the Chinese community, this area, were retained. A little bit similar, I would think, Susan, possibly to the Negro Canyon. We want to retain that. Not against doing more work, by the way, don't want to say, but what we did put a little thought into it. And we said, we have no individuals. We don't want to retain this Chinaman Creek, which is largely seen as pretty darn derogatory. I inquired with the forest archaeologist / historian, and they do have a work. The district ranger was at the time Mr. Fred Wong, which was quite interesting. And he actually was, also they can't speak, wanting to retain the knowledge, the history of the contribution of the Chinese people to this area. We didn't come up with an individual. Coming up with individual names seemed to be we couldn't find anybody or find, to the degree that we looked. But we really, that's why we put in the counter proposal of China Flat to retain that historical contribution to railroad, mining, forestry. They were very active in the area. So we're pretty supportive of this.
I understand that you gave me a rationale for why you want to propose the name of China Creek.
Mhm.
And what I am saying is that I do not understand how we can operate as a committee for the state of California without having relationships with communities that are represented. I'm not asking why you, and I don't think what's necessarily the most important thing is why you think China Creek is a good name. If I were, doing anything related to this, the first thing that I would do, whether I was at the California Historical Society or whether I'm at the California African American Museum, would be to find scholars, whether they're community scholars or academic scholars of this history and of the area. When I'm looking at Negro Canyon, I knew that I had to talk to people in Truckee. And I think that it's very much the same thing here, that we can't only use our own rationalizations, that we really need to talk to people who know the history of Chinese Americans in Tuolumne County. And we have no idea what would be proposed. We don't know if people would come up with another person or with another name, but it's our responsibility to do that kind of outreach and to build those kind of relationships.
Debbie, I see your hand up, but I know Greg has to hop pretty soon. And Greg, I see your hand up too. Do you have something you wanna...
That's okay. That's okay. Debbie can go ahead. I've got a couple minutes.
Okay. Debbie?
I come from a tribal consultation background. I mean, that's kind of what we do. And so I understand what Susan is saying. I mean, I think it's really important to retain the history of the area. I guess my question would be, did somebody ask the local community, the local Chinese community, kind of how they felt about, being represented in that way? That would be kind of my question. And then once they're aware that maybe this is going on, they could possibly kind of counter proposal. And I don't think it should be up to us. And I understand a lot of scholarly stuff as well, but I also understand, local history. So I guess that would just be my question. I think that when we're trying to retain some of the history of a community, we really need to ask the people that are being impacted or whose history that we're that's being trying to be represented. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds very similar to Susan's message. Greg?
Well, I appreciate the conversation. I guess the thing that resonated with me was Susan's point about the new Secretary of the Interior being desirous of removing with all due haste, right, any geographic names that have racial or derogatory overtones. What this committee has in front of it is two alternative names to one that's indisputably derogatory and racist, right? So, I mean, my argument, and further, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but as I understand the role of this committee, it's to, react to the proposals that are in front of us. And if, as we discussed with Chesed Hilt, right? So if there's a subsequent desire by one of the tribal nations in that area to name it something else, well, they can come forward with that, right? What we're looking at is the proposals that are in front of us. So in the interest of removing, Chinaman from our maps, I would be supportive of approving the name change to China Creek. And if there's some kind of further action that some community member wants and doesn't think that's appropriate or acceptable, they can bring that to the committee at a future date. So I don't know if we've gotten to the seconding your suggestion, Tiffany, point or not, but I would do that if we had.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Yeah, that's really how we've functioned in the past. We have not looked for counter proposals based on community needs, other than tribal. Like there's always tribal outreach, but we don't reach out to Chinese communities. We don't even reach out to Black communities in the area.
Which is manifest in our responsibility.
I don't understand how what we're doing can be considered research when we're looking at our proposals, when we're putting together our arguments for why we support a proposal without that. And maybe just because it's always been done that way isn't a good enough reason to continue to do it.
I think part of it is there's time constraints on how much time people have to put into, like, how much time do we spend? No one's got the resources to go out and interview locals and things like that. I think that's partly why we are more reactive. We're not looking for those new names. We're researching the names that are presented to us. So,
and just to let you know, I'm not proposing that we research new names. I just want to make sure that the community that we're trying to retain their history of is okay with that name. That's all that I'm just saying. I mean, but again, I come from a tribal consultation. I very seldom do things without consulting. And so, in a way, it's kind of different that you would consult with tribes, but not the community's history that you're trying to represent. And I also understand time constraints because I do tribal consultation.
Geneva?
Yeah, if I may, just to kind of echo what Debbie's point was, I think some outreach to the Chinese and Chinese American community might be good, just to make sure that we're not accidentally offending or moving forward in a way that the community might not feel comfortable with. And so just, as a soft recommendation for myself, I think that just doing a quick check with the local community might be beneficial and help inform the decisions of the committee moving forward.
This is Rich again. I think, Susan, I think your point's very well taken as to, the things I see there, the geographic names community, we do react to proposals. A proposal comes to us and we say yay or nay. We, in one effect, we can't be looking into what would be the world's best name for that feature from, and I'm talking across the board too. On the second part of that, however, we went for a rather generic replacement name. We did not do a lot of research. We felt that, we want to retain the Chinese history of this area, and we considered, that would be the most similar to Chinamen, not losing any history, but retaining it. I wouldn't be against, I was just looking at an article here that we have. We do partner with the Chinese American Historical Society, and I may have put it in the library thing there, about we have a group that does that might be something. I wouldn't be against asking them, that particular group, the locals there are attuned to this. I wouldn't be against asking them what they thought of it, because the Forest Service, we did do a rather quick, we can say, what would be something that's about the same as Chinaman, but not derogatory? We can't support James Wong Howe Creek because of lack of association, but that might look like we support Chinamen. We can't have that. So we rather quickly, thought of, China Creek or Chinese Creek to retain that. That's about the level we did. So I wouldn't be against, deferring just along getting an opinion from that. And we had in this article, Chinese American Historical Society, that the Forest Service is working with, might be an easy one.
Well, I can absolutely reach out to the society and see if there's any other Tuolumne County based Chinese committees and groups.
I think they're local. I think reaching out to them, if they thought this was a bad idea, what we're doing.
All of us, when we get these proposals, whether it's our proposal or whether it's assigned to me or assigned to somebody else, I have to decide whether I support the proposal or not. That's all.
Yeah.
But in order to do that, I do need to know what, the first thing I would have done is gotten the email for the Chinese Historical Society in Tuolumne County or nearby, or the one in San Francisco, which also knows about a lot of other branches.
Yeah.
Just to find out more information, get more information, so I could figure out if I support this proposal.
Yep. I think we were all dancing around it, but I don't think we asked the question just like that. What do you think about this proposal, that we're doing? I think we danced around it a little bit.
Greg, did you have another comment? And
Jacob Frake.
I do not. Sorry, I forgot to take it down. I've got to go. It sounds like we're deferring this. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll defer it.
All right. Well, have a lovely holiday.
Thank you, Greg. Good afternoon. And
the other hand was Jacob Fraker from Senator Susan Eggman's office.
Jacob, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think this was a really valuable conversation. I know it's kind of tough to because, the body is not reactive. But I thought maybe that was perhaps a better space for some of the ex officio members, right? I know Carla is on, I don't know, Carla is on, I don't know if there's a representative from the API Legislative Caucus, but I know that this, it may be a better role for the ex officio members to, if we're delaying some of these, right, to take it back to the full caucus and really have the caucus do the work of reaching out, finding someone or finding a community, right? We obviously work with, as a member of the LGBTQ caucus, obviously we work with a ton of, organizations in those areas, and that it work to, I understand, right, maybe we change the name to China Creek just as a holdover, but that the ex officio members then work on the other side to drum up some of these more directly specific to the region proposed names and work on generating some proposals on the other side. I know that bandwidth is an issue for everybody on the call, and that's always tough, but I think as an ex officio member and as someone who's committed to trying to really build out that diversity and intentional diversity, certainly as someone born and raised in Sonora, California, Tuolumne County, I would want to uplift the local community and really work to find who are the people in my community that I would want to see respectfully honored by these kinds of things. And so it is, I don't know if the API caucus again has a representative on the call right now, but I think that may be, a conversation with some of the ex officio members that, yes, this is a holdover, but that we don't just put a holdover name simply to have one and then wait, right, umpty 9 years before we get a really good, legitimate proposed name, but that the ex officio members could perhaps take on some of that work to drum up support at the local level, wherever it may be, to get some proposals before the committee that we could vote on with integrity and with respect to the local community. Just offer that up as a conversation piece.
Yeah, I really appreciate that input. I have to say, I'm not used to working with the ex officio, so I haven't relied on you as much as I should. So I appreciate that. And
it's new.
It's new, yes. And it's really interesting that you're from Sonora. If you don't mind, I will reach out to you to see if you have any inside information on who would be a good contact.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, obviously, we're new to the committee as well. And so I am often like, what exactly is our role on the committee? And, we can't vote. Hopefully we can advise. We would hope that the committee would be able to figure out what is derogatory and what is not. I certainly don't want to be the only one on the committee to say, yep, that's a derogatory name. So in building out, what does the role of the ex officio members look like, and how we can best support the committee to commit and to deliver on the goal of a diverse, inclusive California as it regards to geographic names. Drumming up proposals seems like something that we would be able to do. And at least be able to kind of take on some of that work of identifying people within our own communities who have a connection to the area to uplift and support. So, I obviously cannot speak for all official members and don't want to add any work to anybody else. I know this is kind of specific to the API caucus in terms of the ex officio members, but simply a suggestion and perhaps a broader conversation is necessary to kind of figure out how best to utilize us to the the benefit of the committee.
Yeah, that sounds like a perfect role for for the ex officios.
I just want to mention very briefly that Tuolumne County has a great historical society, and I've done work with them. They do excellent research. They know the history. They know the diverse populations. Those are places that, just in doing the research on whether we should support this proposal, that would be at the top of the list, just to send an email, and you can get their email by Googling them.
And that's just the Tuolumne County Historical Society.
Historical Society. I'm completely forgetting her name, but I've worked with her. I've met with her. I've spent a lot of time up there.
Okay, any more comments?
Well, I just say once again, the Forest Service does, it's in the article, we're partnering with the Chinese American Historical Society. We mean to do those kinds of things. We do. And so that's deferring to get some other opinions into this arena would be, we're okay with that.
What level is that, Rich? Is that like a national?
I
society?
don't know. I'm just reading in this article, it says the U.S. Forest Service is partnering with the Chinese American Historical Society. That's kind of bland to me. I like the local aspect, sounds good too, but I will do a little more homework.
There are hundreds of Chinese American historical
Exactly.
societies.
Exactly. This is the Chinese American Historic. I don't know what that is either. So I think a little, I'm all about wait a little longer. Let's get some more information into this arena. I think we've already got some good ties that it won't be too difficult to get some input.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to go ahead and defer this one due to need for more outreach
And
to local
Tiffany,
communities.
on the who part here, in effect, Mike Willis is my Forest Service counterpart, and is it you doing some work? Is it, I've never talked to our API ex officio, is that right? An ex officio, yeah. Or
No, I haven't either.
Yeah,
Jacob
so
first.
we have that tie with the local group too. So do we all
So
do it?
it would be great. Yeah, Rich, if you want to reach out to your Forest Service counterpart and ask him what his contacts are with the Chinese American Historical Society or any other connections along those lines, I will go ahead and do some research to find some contacts in the Tuolumne County Historical Society and the Chinese Historical Society.
I'll do that, and I'll get back to you about what I find, how
Great.
how it yields anything.
And Jacob, I'll be in touch with you and hit Ash Calvra up to see if they want to get involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, I appreciate all the input. Okay, so the last name, we are also going to defer Granite Face Lake. We need to do some more research on that one. So that concludes our cases for this round. We have some new proposals that came up on the last review list. Lake Mary and Washishu Peak. Those were both submitted by Daryl Cruz. And so we went ahead and gave them to you, Debbie, because they have Native American associations. And then Oakland Hills, this is an old proposal that's been floating around that got reposted because there was a lot of ambiguity behind it. So I'm going to start out by relying on the BGN to send out requests for input to the communities. And oh, sorry, Jacob, you have your hand up. Did you have a comment still, or is that a leftover hand?
Oh, this is Rich. I was wondering why Oakland Hills got dropped off the list. It dropped from section 5 down to section 6. Isn't it already a proposal?
It was a proposal, and we were, if you remember, we were having a really hard time defining what Oakland Hills should be. And so we reached out to the proponent, and she kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. We couldn't get any information from her. And then there's some policies within BGN changed. Now they have a different process for reaching out to tribes. So they chose to relist it so that it would fall under these new policies of outreach, and gave us an opportunity for better outreach. So, and the timing is good because it's the 30th anniversary of the Telegraph fire, which is the Oakland Hills fire. But there's at least 6 governments involved, and in where the potentially defined area is, and we're hoping to get some input from them on what Oakland Hills should include. Okay. So lastly, we already have our next few meetings on the calendar so that you guys can get those on your calendars as far in advance as possible. We've got our March 25th meeting for our spring meeting, and then summer meeting we scheduled for July 22nd. So be sure to get those on your calendars, block them out. Anything else before anything for the good of the order before we close up for the day? Early. Looks like we're a little early. Well, I want to thank everyone's great input and hard work. And it's really fun and exciting to see that everyone's getting their feet under them and starting to get the rhythm of our process and improving our process and doing the work we're meant to do. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn us at 2:16. Thank you so much.
Otto, thanks, Tiffany. And it's so nice
Bye-bye.
to meet everyone.